okay. Almost. Yes, it's okay. I know it's very scary. Squeeze the dog. Alright. It is Thursday. And Thursday means that it is DDO time once again. So today we're going to do the very inefficient leveling route of seeing if I can just jump into soloing Legendary Reapers now that I've hit level 20. Clearly, level 20 is more than enough. But because this is going to be a little bit more difficult than a more reasonable approach would be, we do have a little bit of preparation to do. So, for anyone who is here who missed out on Tuesday we went from 16 to 20, so we made some good time. We swapped out a couple items, not many. Oh! We rolled 100. No, we rolled a 97. And we got a mount. Neat. And then we rolled a 6. Alright, all's fair. Okay. You will eat the 100 experience, and the 300, and the 400. Because we're not going to keep those around anyway. So, what we need to get are, we're going to grab some heal scrolls, because we don't have any of those. And I want to grab some spell absorb items as well, because there's going to be stuff in legendaries that we probably want to wear spell absorb for, just because as a monk, we have poor resistance against spells. So if it would kindly load for us. Okay, we want a cloak slot. Let me edit this real quick. There we go. There we go. I wanted my jeweled cloak. See, I have my legendary Fjarlanir cloak. But that won't help me here. So, we're actually going to jump over to a different character to grab an epic Fjarlanir cloak. You know, transferring all these mules to the 64-bit servers is going to be a little annoying. But, c'est la vie. Yes, I would like to check my account. Thank you. Show me cloaks. That's Fuhrer's Hide. That's not what we want. Oh, I don't have an epic one. Alright, I can craft one. No big deal. Because upgrading the heroics to epics are pretty cheap. And I think I have enough of the crafting materials that you get from the carnival chain, but we'll find out. We'll also find out whether it did accept my logout request. Excellent. Alright, so we need to grab that out of the bank. I either need to upgrade my noise cancellation or just let everyone hear the thunder, according to OBS, is coming through the mic. It's just slightly quieter than the background music. Okay, so now we need to head to the 12. So, if you don't know how this crafting system works, this is what used to be... Well, it used to be a different crafting system entirely. It used to be the seal, what was referred to as the SSS crafting system, because it was scroll, seal, and shard. So what you get is, you got one of these items, like the Fjarlan Mirror Cloak, that could be upgraded to an epic version. But you would also need to get drops of the seal of Fjarlan Mirror Cloak, shard of Fjarlan Mirror Cloak, and seal, scroll, shard. You needed the blank of the, like, seal, scroll, and shard of item you want to upgrade. It got very much simplified a while back to the, like, the pattern cloth and the crafting materials based on which quest chain it was. So we're gonna put that out, and we're gonna bring, where's the other one? Jeweled Cloak out. Okay, so we have a little bit of spell absorb that we can put on if we feel like we need it. So we've just barely hit epics, so we don't really know what we're doing at this one at the moment. But we're gonna do what we can. And because, as the stream title says, we're going to make the poor decision to start the night off and really do the whole stream unless things go really, really badly. We want House J. House J. Just jumping straight into Legendary Reaper, which is a bad idea. Like, it's not the most efficient way to level, it's not the safest way to level, it's just a bad idea, but it might be funny. So we're gonna see if it might be funny is a good enough reason. And the reason that we're starting with Ravenloft is, of course, of the legendary quests, Ravenloft is some of the earliest content / oldest content, and therefore some of the easiest content. Easy is being a relative term here.
You stumble through the thick mists. You spot a corpse in the grass near the abandoned cart.
Okay. Come on, summon your dudes.
Leads you to a small graveyard, then vanishes. Whispering voices call to you from down below.
And all my spell absorb is gone. Fortunately, it appears that we got lucky and there weren't any champions in this set. Because one thing that we are going to run into as an issue is jumping ahead this far means I'm going to have a lot of problems with hitting stuff. Because, well, my to hit isn't bad. Like, alright, it's plus 103. That's not bad for level 20. It is pretty bad for level 30. So, we're gonna have to deal with that. And since we have a full bar of key and we don't get extra multiplier from fire at the moment, we're just gonna go ahead and get extra dodge.
You hear
Okay.
a branch snap behind you.
Oh boy. Okay, maybe we have to hide a little bit. Okay, alright. Yeah, this is going great. Going great. Alright, how hard does this guy hit? 100 something a hit. And he hits me pretty often because while my dodge was good, it is no longer good. Because, well, things change when you jump up in difficulty by like a dozen levels. Where is he? Okay. We can just like ping him for forever like this. Because our healing is not great. Perhaps we should invest in a healing item to make our healing do more. Okay. Well, this is not going so well to start with. But at least we can keep throwing waves and wave after wave of fire at him. This is fine. There's no way that this could go poorly. Is he immune to the bleed effect on Quick Cutter? Because that could also be, we'll say, negatively impacting our ability to do damage.
The scarecrow clatters to the ground. As you recover, you realize you can hear noise from up the road to the east, the same way you came.
You know what? I was hoping I would get some heals in before I was in combat, but it appears that that is not the case. And it turns out even these little scarecrows hit me for like 150 a shot. So that's interesting to learn, that the big ones don't even hit that much harder. It's just that they have a lot more health, so they can hit for longer. And there we go. So we're just going to keep topping ourselves up a bit. We've got lots of mana to do this with. And yes, I'm aware that I could have finished the quest by now. Like, I don't need to kill these guys unless I want the loot. And, you know, we want the loot. Obviously. Alright, we don't mind that we lost Night Shield. We're just going to hit all of our stuff until it goes on cooldown. Got a decent amount more key. We'll switch to fire so that when we do jump in to burst them out on a cooldown, we can generate more. Okay, alright, no big deal, no big deal. I was gonna throw a fire wave at him, but I think he's too far away. So the good news is that he can never catch me. Like, it's not going to happen. The downside is, I'm really not doing much damage to him. And I'm getting a lot of grazing hits when I do. Yeah, like, there I straight up missed, but that's because I rolled a 1. So, rolling a 1, there's nothing really wrong with rolling a 1. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that was the wrong button. Yeah, as a construct, he's immune to a lot of things. But not the bleed from Cutter. Oh, but I missed that time. And I don't think that was a amount of hit miss. I think that was a hitbox miss. There we go. Nice 3 stacks. Kept it 3 stacks. I do wish I had recharging lay on hands for this. Because they heal me for so much more than my just like little heal. Ah, there we go. See, it goes much better when I'm like, wait a second. I should invest in making sure that the quick cutter dot stays on, because it's going to do a lot of the heavy lifting. So, this is looking like it's going to be rough. That I'm probably going to have a harder time with this challenge than otherwise thought. But we will find out. Because Into the Mists is really quite an easy quest, all things considered.
Irina! He'd shout whenever I wandered too far away from his side. When I was little, I thought he was just being silly. Now I know what he felt.
So these other quests are going to be harder, which means I'm probably just going to die. Now, obviously, we could, quote-unquote, cheat by bringing along a hireling to heal us. But, you know, maybe we'll do that in a bit. For right now, I want to see if I can do it without. Let's see if I can get my nose to stop itching. What's most concerning, I think, to me about that last one is that despite the fact that I have, in theory, good defenses against physical, I wasn't seeing a lot of like dodges or anything coming out, even though I have like 25% dodge chance. So, sorry, 32% dodge chance.
Here we are. You spot something in the middle of the
Because
room.
I'm in water
Something
stance
small
now.
And old and forgotten. We're tired. We've been here so long. We need to rest. Take us to a nice place to rest. We're tired. We want to rest now. You found the
I think I just tripped the crawling hands on the floor.
basement.
I'm not sure entirely how that works, but apparently it does work.
Beyond the
So,
secret
we'll
door,
take it.
a dusty stairwell leads down into darkness.
Well, on the plus side, it appears that the biggest problem with Into the Mists is that those red named have a ridiculous amount of health, and we just don't run into that problem here, at least for those guys. Okay. Plus, of course, the red named. Wait, where's the Fear Reaper? There you are. Okay, Reapers might be another problem. But okay, he's down. And hopefully we get out of combat for at least a moment, so we can get our out-of-combat healing numbers.
You gently place the bones inside the coffins.
Just a little something to top us up between pulls, so we don't need to constantly be healing for 50.
Can rest here. Once you get rid of
Actually, I take that. I'm already wearing an item with positive healing power on it, so... That's a Plague Reaper. Obviously, we can't heal through the Plague Reaper's attacks because it is a Plague Reaper. It puts that big anti-healing curse on us. But at least that one was alone, so we could kill it on its own, which is convenient for us. And I know I technically don't have to fight this next group, but
you find a tarnished key.
fortunately, our trip attack seems to be effective on these. Now we have to deal with wraiths. Do we have to deal with the wraiths necessarily? No, not necessary. Oh, power word stun. Not great. Oh, a second power word stun after the first. Not ideal. But, you know, we can make do. So, yeah, what happened there was I tried to leap attack when I didn't have a charge of leap attack ready. And it got me into an awkward position as I, like, landed in the trap. Whoa, hello. Where did those come from? And what were they? Alright, I've kind of seen this before. I don't know where they come from, but I've definitely seen them pop up, particularly if, like, someone enters the quest late. And even when someone enters the quest late, I have the same sort of question. It's like, where did all of that just come from? And my best guess is, like, you aggro it while you're running up the stairs, and it's just normally you run up the stairs so fast that it doesn't get to do anything. But of note, as I mentioned earlier when we were looking at our stats, we should be dodging like a third of all of these melees. Oh wait, do they get hit by the trap here? It looks like yes, but they don't take enough damage from it for it to matter. Okay, so we're going to use the Reaper healing trick just for speed. So I could sit here spamming like minor heal on myself for a while to get up to full health again, but that's just kind of boring and it's not too difficult to do. So we're just going to take the easy way. Make things slightly more interesting. Oh boy. That is a lot of damage, because we are definitely not dodging a full third of the attacks coming in at us. That is just... that is not how things are going. And of course I roll a 1 on my attempt at a drive-by. Okay, gonna go back here for our healing portal. Healing portal! And again, this is mostly for speed. I have enough spell points to full heal myself if I want to, but we'd just be sitting here for like 3 minutes with me spamming heals. So let's see. 3 hits. A blur. Okay. And we are going to rest at the shrine, just in case. Plus it gets us our charges of our, like, Reaper double attack boost. And we want those back. Okay, so this last fight is usually the hardest part of this dungeon. So it is likely going to kill us. Which, you know, we'll see how that goes, but there is a good chance that we die here. Now, on the plus side, when dying here, you are in range to run back to the shrine, but that doesn't always help you too much.
Surround the altar, chanting, "He is the ancient. He is the Lamb." The ghostly chant suddenly changes. One must die. One must die. Morgoth declare. He awaken me. The red figures vanish, and something stirs in the water.
Alright. Let's see if we can land the trip. And more cleaves. Alright. It doesn't help when you get caught on stuff when you're trying to run and kite. Alright, so I think he's done with his channeled attack. He is not done with his channeled attack. Is he stuck in his channeled attack? If so, we can sit here and heal up for a little bit. We do our short term, like 2-minute buffs before we go back in. Because it's not that bad once the ads are down. Alright, it is that bad if 2 Reapers spawned with the next wave of ads. That's when it gets bad. It's like, oh, and there was a Famine and a Fear Reaper there. And there were 2 Needle Blights. And one of the bad things about Needle Blights is they're one of those mob types that for some reason ignores a lot of defense mechanics. Like, I don't know if they have a specific thing that, like, by design lets them ignore it, or if it's like a bug and their plus to hit is super high, but they really end up messing me up a lot. Alright, so because we're out of combat, it's not going to take us forever to heal this way, so we'll just heal this way normally. And then, let's see if we can't manage to do this. Hold up. Where did all these guys come from? There were 2 guys there when I left. Why are there like 8 now? I thought he summoned guys at a health percentage interval, not a time interval. It helps if the camera doesn't go through the terrain. Okay. Needle blights. Oh, there's even more coming out. Come on. You guys are the real final boss. The actual boss isn't the boss. It's the Needle Blights. Oh. And I waited too long to try to get around. Okay, the real question is, does he continuously spawn them? Or was it just that he got to a certain health percentage and I didn't notice? Alright, so there should have been only 2 here. Alright, so the trip doesn't land, none of my attacks land, still none of my attacks land, all glancing blows. Alright. That was all the Needle Blights that had come out to fight me so far. Now we will once again put our buffs back up. Okay. There we go. Alright, we got a blight. This is fine. This is fine. This is less fine. We're taking more damage than we want to. We're continuing to take more damage than we want to. Okay. Well, we got him down much, much further, and he only summoned one extra blight. So that's progress. Unfortunately, he does hit me for 160 every time he hits me. And that is with 175 physical resist. We're out of Reaper boosts, but we do still have more haste boosts. So we've got that going for us, which is nice. And also, it's taken long enough that our death penalty is gone. So that's nice too. So yeah, we should just be able to burst him down this time. I hate accidentally grabbing doors when I'm trying to cast a spell. Hi. And this is actually the other thing that's really been hurting me on these quests so far, is that this build really relies a lot on crits for damage, and you know what this build doesn't have? A lot of fort bypass. Which actually, if I'm doing this, that's the other piece of prep that I forgot to do. I need to put sentience in this weapon.
There's a sudden gust of air, as if the entire building let loose a sigh.
The question is, where do I pull it from? Because I forget where all my sentience is. I'm pretty sure I still have some in Epic Elemental Bloom from last life, but I don't know if that's my quote-unquote big one or my small one. Because I have one that's got like 9 slots and one that's got like 6. I think I also have one that's got like 3, but I don't know where that one is. Alright, show me weapons. Show me weapons that are at least level 20. Alright, so Epic Storm does have... Oh yeah, that's got like a 3-piece in it. Elemental Bloom has a bunch in it. Yeah, and then my Dino Bone has my big one in it. Okay, so it looks like, obviously, since I'm gonna be using my Epic Elemental Bloom at level 26, I don't want to undo it and then redo it. So, do I really want to pull the one out of Epic Storm when it's only got 3 pieces in it? Like, what could I even get with 3 pieces? I could put, like, 3-piece Dreadbringer for 10 fort bypass. Is it worth it for 3? I don't think it's worth it for 3. Alright, we will continue to suffer then. Or we could go on and try to hit Feywild. Because while Feywild is overall more difficult, in theory at least, it does have the nice benefit that I can actually crit some things in it instead of... Well, actually, in this quest, I don't need to worry about that as much. This quest, we actually have stuff like wolves, which don't have automatic 100% fortification. Now, don't get me wrong, I have some fort bypass, I think. I don't know. Yeah, 22. Almost none. Yeah.
Voices
Not near enough
come from the
to be
other
hitting like legendary undead.
A wolf howls in the distance, Its cry echoed first here, then there. The wind whispers treacherously
back here.
along the upper bounds.
Alright. Ooh, Demon Soul Wisp. Go. It ate all of the charges of my of my spell absorb cloak, but we did manage to not get totally crushed under the sheer weight of a lot of damage over time effects coming from the demon. All right, good. Will the wisp. Why am I? It's like, why am I not moving? It's like I'm getting body blocked by things I can't even see. Yeah. Having the Will-o'-the-Wisps and the Famine Reaper is a bad time. As long as they only cast magic missiles, I'll be good. Please let me get out of combat to heal. Excellent. Okay, Mangle Corpse.
This corpse is nearly beyond
Alright,
recognition.
normally
So
you don't
savagely
pull
has
this
it been
group.
mangled.
But there is a good chance that I'm going to need to use this shrine over here. So we're going to clear the shrine and hope it works out well for us. Right, we are still looking for the ghost lady. Oh. I was trying to get the wisp down fast, but it did not work. Alright. I swear that... Oh. I thought there were wolves left alive that were still chasing me, but we get a little reprieve. Nope. I was wrong. Well, I suppose I was only partially right. We did get a little reprieve. But a little reprieve does not mean a free pass. There were still people chasing us. It's just that we did get a small break from them. Right. Put this stuff. Okay. Alright. It has occurred to me that I do not have silver bypass, so the werewolves actually take a good chunk less damage from me than they could otherwise. think I'm just going to die here and... yeah. Yep. Well, let me fill in on the rest of my plan. The plan was, I'm gonna die here, I'm gonna see how much damage I can do before I die, and turns out that that amount is not much, because I was already low on health when the red name spawned. And he hits for over 200, which means I'm dead in... we're gonna say 7 hits? Because it was over 200, not exactly 200. And we'll give it like... we'll give it 8 hits or so. And I'm going to want to be shrining soon anyway, because I'm going to be out of action boost charges. Oh, hi Valentina. Now where's the red named? He should be around here-ish, right? There he is.
The ghost's story appears to be true. If so, then the will of the wind appear to be.
Wow, he takes very little damage due to the silver damage reduction. Oh, and he has like a double strike thing. Well then. That didn't go well. Looks like we have ads starting soon, so we're gonna wait on the ads before we do our next attempt. We will, however, heal up between them. So we've got that going for us. So we're just gonna let the ads run, we're gonna refill our drink, we're gonna stretch our legs, we're gonna heal up in-game, and I'll see you in about 2.5 minutes-ish. So we're just gonna pop to our BRB screen. Do this once an hour just so we don't get a ton of blood clots in our legs, I guess. And we're back. Hope everyone had a good break. Got a chance to stretch your legs and everything. Maybe grab a snack. Now it's time to fight the werewolf again. He should be here-ish, right? Here he is. Yeah, hitting for 0 because I can't get past the damage reduction is a little rough. So it's more effective to just keep using waves on him and stacking the quick cutter debuff. Go figure. Oh, he's only at 2 stacks. There we go. There we go. Now it's up to 3 stacks. Now we're just going to kind of run slowly in a circle. Just running slowly in a circle. Waiting for the damage over time to kill him. This reminds me of when I tried like classic Overwatch. Or lag spike. Or we could die to lag spike. EverQuest. Classic EverQuest. I played a bard, and this was how the playing went for like 90% of the time. You have some songs that, when applied, would put a damage over time on everyone within a certain radius of you. And yeah, that was how that gameplay pattern went. You just ran in circles continuously. Always like a hair's breadth away from death. Because the way the mechanic worked was that if you're familiar with like World of Warcraft, either how you could get dazed if you're running away from something. Old EverQuest, I don't know if new EverQuest does too, but like if you've got a bunch of things aggroed on you and something hits you, you get like slowed down, not a lot, but like just a little bit. And when you were doing the bard kiting, getting slowed down just a little bit is enough to go from one thing hitting you to like 30 things hitting you all at the same time, which means you are dead. Do not pass go, do not collect $200, do not do anything. You are dead, all the way dead. So, it is time to move this quest forward, because we got past that red name. Now we get to fight 3 caster red names. And you know what I said about the difference between our physical and magical defenses? Caster red names might be problematic. But we'll find out here in a minute.
Morgantha looks down at you.
You poor misguided soul. You thought that they did not know?
Morgantha howls.
Enough of this.
Alright, we're gonna try to prioritize quick cutter for damage and wide sweep for crowd control.
The last of them. Now for the pie makers within the windmill.
How much does the acid arrow hit us for per tick? 2. Okay, that's not bad. But we do want to heal up before we walk in this door, because we took half of our health in damage already. Which is less than ideal, we'll say. do need to remember to smite more. When I moved it to a different spot on my action bars, I like started forgetting that it existed. So we need to do that more. So, smite is actually one of our harder hitting abilities because it has a bunch of extra crit multiplier. So it is definitely worth casting. It's like, it should be in our rotation, and it should be actually relatively high priority in our rotation. Granted, not as high priority as Quick Cutter, but still. One advantage is that she, unlike the other guys outside, is able to be tripped. So, if we can crowd control her, then we don't care that she's a caster. Also, she lived long enough that I got the full debuffs up from my stance. So that's good for us as well. I don't want you following me to the boss fight. I don't want the wolves following you to the boss fight either. As you can see, we have once again lost a large chunk of our health bar that we need to now get back. Because we don't want to go into the end fight with less than full health, because there's a good chance we'll have to run away with very low health, and you want to do as much damage as possible before possibly having to do that. Well, the good news is that we did manage to pull these wolves before aggroing the end fight, so progress. I was actually wondering where these things were, because we didn't fight them in the beginning, and they usually spawn in the beginning. Maybe I took a weird pathing around the left-hand side or something. In either case, it's good for us. It is very handy for us. Oh, we got Earth Grab. That's pretty much guaranteed death. Nope, nope. We got back up. Okay, we're gonna run over here closer to the shrine. We got rid of one of the ads that can Earth Grab us. So that's good. And we managed to trip another one. That's also good. And it looks like our hag has not followed us. So that's also good. We'll see if this guy can land crowd control on us or not. Okay, alright. It got a little close at times, but we did manage to pull it off. I didn't think Morgantha had died, but maybe she leashes? Yeah, okay. So yeah, she didn't follow and the other ones did. So that's convenient for us. I didn't know that. But now that we do know that, we can go ahead and see if we can't kill her one-on-one, now that we've killed all of her allies separately. Or maybe we can just miss all of our attacks on her. That's another possibility. Stand in the fire, sure, because the fire is a low-level fire. It only ticks for like 20. Okay, well then.
A taste of dreams cut short and hope broken.
With the very fast XP per minute of 3,000. Which, you know, that'd be really, really good. In heroics, in epics, like 10,000 is good. But we're not doing this because it is easy, we do it because it is hard. And now, invitation to dinner. Surely that won't go poorly for us. So, the biggest advantage that we have here is that we know the secret vulnerability of the Shadows of Hate. And that secret vulnerability is trip. For whatever reason, you can trip Shadows of Hate. So we're going to have to rely on that. But the problem is, between that and all the specters, we're going to take a bunch of damage. And the question is going to be whether or not that bunch of damage that we take is enough to kill us. But we won't find out until we can actually go in.
Madam Eva's words echo in your mind. An artifact, a trap, a friend. But will you know which is which when you find it?
Also, we did grab curse removal pots.
Fraught with defiance, determination, and despair, breach your gaze and fill the corridor ahead. As you step into the dining room, the music of rock pulse, stir the real.
Oh, that's a Plague Reaper in there with him. That makes this basically doomed from the start.
Strahd's laughter echoes across the hall, and his form dissolves into mist. The door slams shut. It's a trap.
It would help if I could see. It's like I'm trying to kite, but I can't see where the walls even are. Oh, they did not get tripped that time. Must have made their saves. Oh, sorry. One of them got tripped, but the other didn't. Okay. Can I open this? Oh, you can open it. So at least I can bring them out to somewhere I can at least see them. Oh. I tried to line them up so I could trip them both at the same time. And I did. I managed it. But, they hit me at the same time, too. Now the question here is, where is the nearest res shrine? think it's downstairs. In the servants' quarters. Nope, stop that. So I almost got screwed over by the sudden featherfall. Like, I tried to drop down to this level, and it was like, would you like to not drop down at all? It's like, no, I definitely wanted to drop down. Thank you. I didn't want to just hang out here. That was not the plan. So, we used our Gibber's Blade, and we got to the shrine. So, at the very least, we can res. But yeah, the double Shadows of Hate, I knew was going to be rough. No, just wait another 15 seconds or so. The downside to using Gibbers is, of course, you get stuck with 2 death penalties. From the first death, and then the Gibber's death for when it wears off. But that's okay. We had some running around down here to do to talk to the person anyway.
You have found
There we go.
within Ravenloft. If Esmeralda had not told
Alright,
you the wards
so
were
Keystone
around
is
and the
behind the
Keystone
chapel.
needed to escape them, finding the icon of Ravenloft would
So
be
this
all
one
or nothing.
shouldn't be too bad. Or I could totally whiff it by attempting to jump. Bonking my head, which makes me fall down to the bottom with all the wraiths that do magic damage. And I just die because they like hit me with magic damage and then they go untargetable. So I can't like damage them. And then once they're ready to cast their next spell, they become targetable again. It's very convenient for them. So I think I'm going to attempt maybe Feywild instead. See if I have better luck there. Now, chances are I will not have better luck there. But we're going to give it a shot. Oh, that's very important. Especially when going to Feywild. Yes, we will get Cold Iron bypass on our weapons. Cold Iron is pretty important when you're going to be fighting a bunch of Fey. We don't want to run into another situation like we did with the red-named werewolf where we're hitting for no damage because we don't have silver damage bypass in our setup.
You spot a bent
No.
figure in the distance.
The good news is, of course, that we do have aligned on our weapon. So we don't have to worry about, oh, they need good and cold iron, or they need evil and cold iron, or anything like that. We have all of the alignments taken care of. We don't have all of the metals taken care of. So we'll just have to deal with that. 3,000 experience. But then again, it's 3,000 experience for walking slightly to the side, so might as well grab it. Let's see, is Wake Me Up the best place to start? I'm not sure, but it's where we're going to start.
Lord Arden and the local center of the summer court.
It is nice that your mount comes back. Where you can just, if you walk into a place where you can't mount, it just disappears short term, and then it comes back when you need it again. I much prefer that to the whole, well, your mount gets dispelled, and just remember to grab it again when you need it, okay? Okay. It's like, Alright. Now, the problem here is that we're going to run into a lot of casters.
You awake from your unexpected slumber. At
Oh,
first,
right. I need to
things
talk
seem
to the
full.
person here first.
You're still at Winwood Hall, and Melody is still standing beside the bed. Then you realize that Lord Arden is missing, and so are the flower and the loot you need for the ritual. With the loot and the flower missing, the only thing you have is to speak with Melody via
Alright, so you notice that while I am still taking a ridiculous amount of damage,
speaking in a familiar voice.
I'm having a lot easier time killing things.
Of course I know it. But it's for me to know and for you to never get. Now, be a good adventurer.
Now, I'm going to blame
Fight
that
monsters in the
on...
wilderness, while I go make sure Lord Arden
I wish this
never,
would stop
ever
itching.
wakes up.
She cackles as she teleports away. You see
I'm
creatures
going to switch
milling
these,
around
because
near
I want to
the
prioritize
edge
this
of
one
the
over that one.
Then you notice that things seem different. This isn't the Feywild. You are trapped inside a dream.
Alright, we're going to put our short terms up.
You approach a shadowy form that appears to be Lord Arden, reading a note with a worried expression in his face. The figure doesn't notice your presence.
Come on. Yeah, the lack of sustain is really coming in to bite me here. Like, it's okay that I can sustain between pulls, but it's not nearly... But taking essentially half of my health every pull... makes it a little difficult. There we go. Let's see if we can handle the bears.
Inside the magically sealed gazebo ahead floats the frosted
Now, the good news is that we did manage to trip the bears. Right, frosted cerise. Got it.
For the ritual.
As long as I can lock them down with trip, we're good to go. That's just going to be the next expression for when you take too many drugs. It's like, I'm tripping bears. It's like tripping balls, but more, because each bear has 2 balls. Alright, now we got trolls. Trolls do a ton of burst damage, so that doesn't bode well for us.
Movement underneath the bridge. Moving closer, you see a nasty-looking troll guarding the missing wall.
Okay.
Bits of troll and drops of
Another
troll
trip off.
splash into the river as the battle progresses. It's great into new bridge trolls that try to fight.
Oh, it ate an input. That's not great. I just decided to ignore a spell I cast, and in this case, the spell that I had cast that it ignored was a crowd control one, so
You've recovered both
it's,
the lizard and the frosted
it
cerise.
was pretty bad.
Now, where has Melody
Fortunately.
gone, Lord Arden? You notice a pillar
We're doing
of
well.
magical energy streaming
No, we're
from
doing
a
okay.
distant portal. Perhaps that contains the secret.
Oh, I guess I have been dying a lot. I just got got a warning about my equipment being damaged. Which, why is that still a mechanic that games use? Like, I understand that in many MMOs, particularly older ones, like I'm thinking like classic WoW and things of that age, repair costs are a gold sink to help fight inflation. Like, it's just a constant drain to get a little bit of gold out of the economy, because essentially in MMOs, when you have an economy that's based on you only ever add more money to the system,
Letters into your path.
then you quickly run into problems with inflation. As you would expect, if you only ever add money to a system, then the amount of money in the system goes up constantly. That's how things work. When the numbers can only go up, the numbers keep going up. So ways that traditionally you would take money out of the system are things like repair costs. Because remember, anything traded between players doesn't take it out of the system. It's still in rotation. Like, if I want to give 1,000 gold to an alt or to some random new player because I'm feeling generous, well, that gold's still in the system, and then I go kill a boar and it gives me a couple coppers, and that's just more money in the system. The only way to get money out of the system is for it to move from players to NPCs, or be otherwise taxed. And if I recall correctly in WoW, there were two primary ways that this was handled. One was repair costs. You go out and play the game, you're going to have to repair your gear. Okay, but this is on its own definitely not going to be enough, because if you balance the game such that every time you go out farming, it's going to take all the money you got from farming
Find yourself
in order to repair the gear because you went out farming, no one's going to want to play your game. That is an awful state to be in.
between you and Lord Arden.
So you don't want to do that. Well, what do you want to do instead? So you need a different gold sink. And in the case of WoW, this other gold sink, or at least the other primary one, was the auction house. The auction house cut. Because that is one way that you can get more money out of the system. As I said, just trading gold between players, well, it's still in the system. You don't actually get rid of any inflation that way. But if you want to take money out of the system, it needs to go to something that is not a player. And something that is not a player is the auction house cut. And for those of you who aren't familiar with how auction houses in these games worked, generally, like, the auction house taxes you. It takes a cut when you sell something. So, like, you find your sword of super awesome and you sell it for 1,000 gold. Well, you're gonna get 90 gold, or sorry, if you got 90 gold out of 1,000, no one would use it. But you'll get like 900, or you'll get like 700. Like, sometimes it actually depended on which auction house you went to. In the case of WoW, the auction houses run by the goblins and the gnomes that were cross-faction, as in the Horde and the Alliance could trade to each other, those took a bigger cut than we'll say, the normal auction houses. The ones that are just in people's cities. So you're still not going to get a lot of gold out of the system this way. Like, other stuff that was, well, I'll say more minor, although I don't know the exact numbers on it, are things like training costs, which at least in older WoW were relatively expensive. So at lower levels, like that was mostly just a thing for leveling. But sometimes you'd have to spend almost all of your money on your new skills when you leveled up. But that's largely gone away. And of course, that's no longer effective at cap. Because at cap, well, you're not leveling anymore, you're not getting new skills. So at cap, you're hit with stuff like repair costs. There's also smaller things like crafting. Like, okay, you farm up all of your cloth for this super fancy mage robe or mage hat you want to make. But also to make it, it's going to take a couple thread from a vendor. Which isn't a lot of gold, all things considered. But it's just another, like, small way to just slow down the inflation slightly. Because the only way you're going to stop the inflation is to somehow basically make the economy as a whole, and the economy as a whole is all of the money in all of the players' possession. It's going to take that entire monetary supply and keep it static. And that's just not going to happen. Now, some of this is not a problem because some of the money that's just around isn't going to be actually accessible. Because another way that money, quote unquote, leaves the system is people stop playing the game. And if someone stops playing the game, then, okay, that's whatever money they had on them is now out of the system. Now, that money could come back, so it's not, like, gone. But it's at least mostly gone.
Guards the gate ahead. It's strange that a noble of the summer court would retain those violent, unpredictable creatures as servants.
So they each only hit me like once before I managed to trip them. And that's still enough to drop me 700 health.
A curious tree stands here by itself. A single, brilliantly red apple hangs from one of its branches.
Really? Oh, oops. I didn't mean to select that.
The tree does not like being hit. An enraged dryad leaps forth to protect it.
I think I'm just going to die here. Because I always get that with a skill check. I didn't actually know how hard the fight was if you can't get it with a skill check. Now, actually, it appears that this is not hitting as hard as I initially expected. But the Creeping Doom does kind of suck. Of course, I just don't want to fight it inside a lightning storm. So we're not going to fight it inside the lightning storm. We did get hit with a Creeping Doom again, though. Take the apple and be gone. Well, where is it then? Did it just go directly into my inventory?
The sprawling courtyard seems
Okay.
deserted.
We'll assume that it went into my inventory.
Tower looms ahead.
What can I do for you?
Lord
Outlander?
Xavier will likely be found inside. Lady
Quest.
White Lily has requested
see what I
that
can
you
do.
find her
What
a
can I
snack.
do for you,
A
Outlander?
frivolous request, it seems. Yet, in the Feywild,
Okay,
small
so it didn't go into my
promises
inventory.
may
So where is
have
it?
Strange consequences.
Oh, there it is. I swear it wasn't here when I checked last. Oh well. We did get it in the end, and that is the important part.
What can I do for you, Outlander? My part in this story is done.
Alright, at least this one we don't have to worry about fighting.
This storehouse is occupied by a very energetic chest. It gapes at you with a big, toothy grin and speaks.
When you add two letters to it.
Shorter when you add.
Come, let us talk.
There we go. Okay, it's like, I didn't actually remember that one. It was like, wait. I'm used to the one being like stone or dozens, I think are the others. I was like, wait, what 5-letter word becomes shorter when you add 2 letters to it? And the answer is short. Because short becomes shorter when you add the letters E and R to it. Because that's how you spell shorter. There's a reason that the advice for like new dungeon masters for how to challenge your party is like grab a book of children's riddles, like meant for ages 5 to 10.
Back of this smithy, surrounded by
No one wants to
massive
think
red
quite that
doors.
hard.
Your instincts tell you he won't have long to live unless you intervene.
Okay. Do we die, or did we manage to trip them? We did manage to trip them, so we don't die, at least not yet. Alright, we are thrice proven. We've been proven thrice, and 3 is the number of our provings. Twice shalt we not prove, nor either prove thou 5, excepting that then backtrack to 3. I messed that all up. 4 shalt thou not prove, nor either
A swirling
prove
torrent
thou
of
twice,
snowflakes envelops
excepting
you.
that thou then
Yet
proceed
you aren't
to 3.
harmed. You don't even feel
5 is, of course, right
A
out.
peculiar dog guards the door, all by itself, or so it seems.
Okay.
Eladrin guards wearing the garb of the summer court await you in this room. One of them holds up a hand to hail you.
Strangers, I would parley before we come to blows. You may step forward to speak.
You are faced with an unavoidable battle with the Eladrin. You have chosen to stay your blows and spare their lives. Even if it's their own.
Wow, okay. They just hit too hard. Can I gibbers? I can, but I don't know where there is a rest shrine. I think there's one like outside and around the edge. Yeah, we'll go for it. We might as well since we're here. What? Why did I go up? No, no. We want to go down. Okay, so I think there's a rest shrine out here somewhere. Like, around this side? I don't actually know is the thing. Oh no, this is just the optional chest. Where I immediately get popped for like 1400. What was the thing that hit me for 1400? Come on, where is it? Freezing spray, freezing spray, freezing spray. Yeah. Frost Lance. No, Frost Lance is the one that hits for only small amounts. Okay, I couldn't find out what they cast that hit me for 1400. I'm gonna guess Polar Ray, maybe? Alright, but I think that should do it for this experiment. We have discovered that, at least on this build, being melee and whatnot, hitting legendary at 20 is just not gonna happen. It's not only inefficient, it's unfun. And I think uninteresting to watch. So we're going to change our stream title and go back to more normal quests for this level. So let us update stream title. Go. All right. And now we go to Evening Star. And we will need to repair our gear. So while we do that, we're going to click the add button on Twitch, since an ad was going to start in like 3 minutes anyway. So you won't miss any dungeoning. We're just going to get some gear repaired here. All right, off we go. Repair. There we go. Okay, and good to go. So we do need to go and grab the quests, which I've forgotten where they are. All right, here we go. Perhaps we will go and do some higher level quests a little earlier than normal when we get to 26 and our improved weapon. But as it stands, trying to jump that far ahead is just not prudent, we'll say. So this is 28 base. Okay, let's not. Alright. Don't need to worry about them too much.
I've been chosen of
But it
Mistress
should be
for many a
amusing
lifetime. Now I have chosen
to
you
go
help
from
preserve Mistress
struggling and
Melody.
struggling and struggling to level like
Faerun,
30 or
I feel
31
we must
quests
search for the thread of the weave. If I am
to
such
these
a
are level
mighty
21
mage, as
quests.
Some say, what need have I of help? Well, even the powerful cannot do all things in all places at once.
The Midler farmhouse has seen better days. In the middle of the room, a drow priestess stands menacingly over an injured purple dragon knight.
I'm glad that you're feeling better. Yes, I know. No, you may not eat that. Yes. You're very good, though. Oh. You alright there? Yes, I know, it was very scary earlier. And welcome back from ads, for everyone who had ads. And of course, for everyone who didn't have ads, welcome back to you as well. Well, we will, because we chose to go and pet her, she has overcome her fears from earlier and has sought for you to join us, so we will remove the scared of thunderstorm text. And we're good to go. Start impossible demands. Now, let's see how much for all of my big talk just now.
Where is it? The priestess demands. Do not play games, fool.
We'll see if I get immediately punished for saying, oh, this will be so much easier than when before, when I was just on hard stuff. Now it's just going to be easy.
As the magic takes effect, the priestess's wounds vanish. Fresh health glowing
Well,
on her face.
it looks like at least to start with, it was that much easier.
Her words ring in your ears. If I see you again, I will sacrifice every last hostage. Stealth will be required if you wish to avoid more innocent bloodshed.
Okay, bit of a lag spike, but no big deal.
The drow priestess is close.
Hi. I don't want to move any closer to where she currently is, because there's a trap there. And I don't feel like getting hit with it.
Priestess Vicar will claim no more lives.
And there we go. So yeah, it looks like we can, in fact, just hit this stuff with impunity. So we're going to go up in skulls. This was R1. We're going to go up to R2 for the next one. And if that continues to be easy, we'll go up to R3. And if it keeps being easy, it'll keep going up. Because I think it's going to be more fun on higher difficulty stuff that is our level, because we won't run into quite so much, haha, you can't hit me. Oh, that is unfortunate. You get to be banned.
Whom Cormier vanquished with arrows,
There we go.
order, and cunning.
Bot gets banned. Excellent. Oh, at least we saved from the snare. Otherwise, those are pretty annoying. But it's also, it doesn't make any sense. I'm on a magical horse. So if the magical horse steps in a bear trap, shouldn't I just be able to like unsummon and resummon my magic horse? Why do I get stuck in the bear trap if my horse steps on it? I mean, I guess the possible answer there could be, well, the bear trap is also magical. It's like, are you sure though? That doesn't seem likely. Mostly because, you know, they're disassembled as physical things. They're not like spellboard traps that you can disenchant. They're just bear traps. They shouldn't be able to jump up and grab me off of my horse. It's just, it doesn't make sense. But then again, nothing here really makes sense. It is a magical fantasy place, so it doesn't have to make sense at all. Also, it looks like the guild that I'm in is moving to Thrain. I, of course, still don't know where I'm going. I joined this guild pretty much at random years ago, and while I've done stuff with them occasionally, I haven't exactly built any strong bonds. Which is really kind of a failing on my part, but it's also, I think, a time zone issue. Like, there's been a couple times that... Well, let me take that back. Almost every time someone's like, hey, you want to go do this thing with us? I look at the clock and it's like midnight or 1 a.m. my time, and I'm like getting like to bed. I'm logging off. No, maybe not.
lone drow seems uninterested by your presence. He makes no move to attack you as you approach.
Okay. I don't think the bleed is enough to kill him. I mean, it's pretty strong bleed, but it doesn't last long enough. Okay. We did get him in the end.
Not allow them to boast. Trees have been uprooted in this area. The drow must have dug deep to find as many bodies as they could.
So, as for the priority on our attacks, we definitely want to make sure we have our double strike buff up as much as possible. And then next in line, it's Quick Cutter, because Quick Cutter does the most damage by a huge margin, just ridiculously large margin. And then after that,
Necromancer is raising the dead. Not even death can bring the people of this land.
probably Smite. Smite's got a little bit of a heal on it after all. Oh, sorry. Depending on what it is, it's the trip attack. Trip actually might be higher priority than the others, depending on what like difficulty and stuff I'm on, because landing crowd control is often more important than landing damage. Or I don't know about more important, but we'll say more urgent. Okay. R2? Not a problem.
Want word of these ill tidings indeed.
Oh, that's the wrong button. Still the wrong button. There we go. Oh, there's a guy there. We don't worry about him though. We're on our way out. Now, the downside to doing things like this is that oftentimes you end up on higher skulls for the harder quests and lower skulls for the easier quests. Like if I had gone in the other direction, which would be if I had gone clockwise instead of counterclockwise, then I would have done the Lost Thread first, which is the hardest on R1, and then I would have ended up with Impossible Demands on R3, which is the easiest. So it's a lack of planning on my part, but it's okay. Also, my Stream Elements timed message appears to not be showing up, so I'll call that another configuration issue that I'm dealing with this evening. There we go. But there are less than a week left on the Crucible speedrun competition. If you think that by following the given rule set you can beat a time of 11:57, that is, you have 5 days to get your submission in. Unfortunately, that is a very impressive time, which I believe is one of the biggest contributing factors to not having many people participating, because it was the first entry, and with such a competitive first entry, I think he scared a lot of people away. So that's something I'll have to take into account if/when I do any sort of future competitions of this sort, is how can I structure it in such a way that like entries are only shown after the first week and maybe not as they come in. or,
Yet Freshfoot, there are humans here, and a drow
you know,
slave controlling them. The drow calls out to you. They were examining a
Like-
satchel before you. This is Ada's backpack. She's definitely been through here. As you search through it, another drow slayer and his minions arrive.
Did you kill my companion? Good.
okay,
Killing his slaves for myself.
alright. Do I have anything that can remove collars, is the question.
You've begun to make a dent against the suffering the drow have caused. At least this one person will be able to start their life over
Okay,
again.
so a 1 fails and a 20 succeeds. A 7 fails. And 8 succeeds. Okay, so concentration, I've got 2/3 chance. So we're definitely not going to get the save everyone bonus XP. Partially because we're going to cleave some to death, and partially because even the ones that I do manage to
Whatever this temple once was, the drow
yeah,
are now
even the ones that I do manage to not just straight up kill,
taken from
I can't really take the collars off of them very well.
scrolls here, searching for something. When he sees you,
Even though the goddess Misra is long gone, her scrolls are still protected from the ravages of time. They contain powerful magic.
so this isn't just
Go.
a slaver camp. The drow are plundering this temple for mistress secrets.
Do you mind?
This dread of the wind.
It's very rude of the Reapers to just be like, "Hi, I'm coming through the walls." How dare you? Wait, where's the... Oh, that's right. It's the lever in here that lets them out. Okay. Unlucky. Well, we'll see if we get luckier on freeing the rest.
Drow have installed a complex series of gates to guarantee that their newly captured slaves cannot escape.
Okay. I think we just don't pull gate control 2. Oh. Let me go back up there real quick. Hi. Rolled a 1 on that one. Wow, that was the important one. That one was just free XP if you make your roll. Oh, got him in. Excellent.
A drow voice echoes down from the chamber ahead.
Girl, what is the nature of your magic? What is Elminster's plan? Speak!
Alright, Famine Reaper, come on. Alright, there we go. Come on. Trap slow.
There's Anna, but you may be too late.
No more of your tricks. Now tell me, how did you cast that magic? That was no ordinary spell.
I don't know. It just happened.
No matter. You and your magic belong to me, slave. Now use it to kill these intruders. No doubt they think I haven't noticed them skulking around.
Yeah, and I don't have any sort of single target, so unfortunately all these get to die.
I can't stop myself.
Alright, that's not what I meant to hit, but it'll work.
Now that she's no longer forced to attack you, Anna looks both relieved and dismayed. She timidly asks you,
Please, get this collar off of me.
Okay. Alright. Do you feel something? Is it about to become a deluge?
enters the drow barrier with almost effortless ease. But the remaining drow in the temple aren't going to just let her leave. Unexplained magic or not, Anna will need your help to get out.
Only one lived, only to die when I try to remove his collar.
And Cornwall? I hope they're all right. Stupid Turin. If we hadn't listened to him,
This was once the grand cathedral of Mistress Temple, where throngs of worshippers sang praises of the goddess of magic. Now the goddess is gone, and her temple has slipped to ruin.
Okay.
Though the goddess of magic vanished.
I just
long
need
ago,
2 more.
Mistress' altar here still remains. Odd. It looks like
Are you
there's
gonna be the
something
last one I
strange
get?
about the wall behind the altar.
Or are you gonna die? Nope, you're gonna die. Of course you are. Just to spite me. That's all it is.
brave of you to stay so close.
They're just deliberately dying to make things annoying for me personally.
Do you think Elminster might help me control it? I'll be sure to ask him if we make it out of here.
Okay. Well, at least she's following me and not getting distracted fighting things. So, that's a step ahead at least. Okay, off we go.
Turin thought we might find the thread of the weave here, whatever it is. All we found were more drow. If it were here, they'd have found it and left. Another rest shrine. If we get separated, let's meet back here.
Go. Making good use of the abilities that we have. This guy apparently missed the trigger for, hey, the drow that was controlling you is dead. So,
You know,
unfortunately, he just gets to die.
with these powers, what if I hurt my friend? What if I kill Turin? And if I don't go home?
Plague and fear.
Fight. That's what I can do.
Not
I can
ideal.
master this magic. Elminster will help me, and I'll use it against the drow, because everything I hold dear will be dead and gone.
Another drow magical barrier. Anna should
So
be
it
able
looks
to make
like
quick work.
there's a good chance that we don't get to free 10 slaves.
At the back of the ruined banquet hall stands a barrier appears in front of the Drider.
You've done some serious damage to my slave operation here.
He says.
Fortunately, I have plenty of slaves. What lives a few more.
The furious Drider comes after you himself.
Puny grub. Your very existence is an insult to Lope.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to use a bunch of cleaves. And that means that all of the mind-controlled people are going to be killed. Which is unfortunate, but hey. You can't, you know, make an omelet and so on and so forth. Of course, I am not cool enough to use nanomachines while doing that quote, so I am at a distinct disadvantage. What's this lever do? Oh, it opens this. Is this just an exit? Yeah. Cool. There we go. Well, R3 was successful, which means we're going to free the city of Evening Star on R4. But first, we're going to get the teleport point. Now, this is a mistake I've made many times. Just so many times. And then it's like, oh, right, I should have done that when I was already halfway there. But we want to go talk to the dude and be like, hey, I want to be able to come back here without having to run all the way through King's Forest again. And fortunately that works. No. No. Yes. Since she has decided that she wants to be in the crate, we have taken off the dog camera for her comfort. Or rather, just because it kind of looks weird to have a camera pointed at what is probably hard to tell is a dog bed from the small insert.
Why are they only found on Eberron, I wonder? Oh, but that is a sage's question for another time. Right now, we must make sure she cannot use them.
But we did get enough experience to get to level 21. Which does give us some benefits. If we had our gear in the bank, we could swap our belt and a ring to get more charisma, which would be nice. But, you know, we get a feat, we get more Reaper points, so we get all that sort of thing, which is nice. Let's see. Improved martial arts is not that important when it's only half a W. We'll take Overwhelming Critical. Overwhelming Critical is just a solid upgrade. And then, of course, we've got 2 more points here, so we can get Primal Scream, which is not as good for us this time because we don't use any of those stats as like to hit, so it doesn't really matter. But we can go grab some more defenses over here. We can grab Healing Amp. For the amount of healing that we have to do to ourselves, Healing Amp is probably the best choice there. And we also get to do our next tier of Reaper points. Which means not just the associated, like, the actual stuff we literally get, but also a bunch more health and more charges on our double strike steroid. Which is pretty impactful because it brings us from, like, I think it was 4? Yeah, it brings us from 4 to 10, which means less than half as many as our haste boosts to just 1 more than a haste boost, which is really pretty good. Up to R4. And we'll put it on public, sure, why not? I am so looking forward to the small amount of
Faded into night, but there
the
is
small
still
boost that we just gave ourselves for healing amp to be completely nullified by the fact that we
the fence collapses.
just increased the skulls. Oh, there was a carnage in there too.
Protect evening stars to destroy the drow forces before they have a
Okay.
chance to regroup. Secure the outlying areas of the bright glow of the bonfire should discourage drow patrols from
Yeah.
coming this way.
Yeah, before we were just under 2k, so we got almost 400 life from that. Actually. Oh, that's because we went from being capped at 400 to capped at 800. That's not just from the points we spent. That is getting more value out of the previous points we had spent as well. There we go. And we wanted to kill the others first because this is one of those that sacrifices someone to heal the full. And, well, we didn't want her to heal the full. And, as always, damage over time magic effects are the worst enemy of a monk because I can't evade it. And it targets my weak magic resistance. And it's just all in all a pretty bad time.
This once prosperous neighborhood at the foot of the Temple of Amonator has turned to charred rubble.
So, oh right, this is another one that does that. So we should really kill everything else first. Oh, and she's Soul of Cruelty too. Yep. I noticed that she was Soul of Cruelty too late. And like just the damage over time was ticking for like 150. She hit me with a Chaos Hammer for like 300. Alright, my Gibbers is off cooldown though. So we can fight her very briefly and then run away. So the main goal here is to get to the res shrines. Res shrines are up here on the right. How many seconds do I have left? 30? It's fine.
Very spirited. You'll make a pocket edition. I have a slave collar picked out just for you.
We got 10 seconds, but we are well within range. 4, 2, 1, and dead. Excellent. Right on time. Alright, and we have to wait a little bit longer now. Last time? Oh. I need to change how that works. Oh well. That's what I get for trying to set something up last minute. It means it doesn't work right. Which is exactly what you would expect to happen if you set something up last minute. Do-do-do-do-do.
The granary area is now secure.
There we go. One more down. But now I have to backtrack to get this one. Oh wait, I managed to knock her down? Great, great.
The temple neighborhood is now secure.
Excellent. I do like how it gets lighter after they die so I can actually see things. There we go. I know that there are still archers here, like on the left, but they're not coming after me, so I don't actually care that much. How much double strike am I up to anyway? Only 47. But then again, that means that while boosting, that's 30, and that's 25. So that's 55, which means while boosting, I have full double strike. So, not the worst. Go, and now we get rid of the undead necromancers. Oh, I do love that I didn't actually cast the trip ability on him there. That's an effect of the weapon. The weapon has Felling the Oak on it, which means if you roll a 20, sometimes you just trip them, and they just fall over, and it's super convenient.
This farmstead used to belong to one of Evening Star's oldest families. Now the drow use it for dark purposes.
I don't know what they were fighting before, but I liked it when they were fighting that instead of me. Okay. Want to take the necromancers down, want to take more of the casters down. Yes, indeed, we do. War wizard. Now we have the undead necromancers as expected, because we killed the normal necromancers, and that's just how the cycle of life goes. You kill the normal necromancers, then the cycle of life brings them back as undead necromancers, and then you kill them again. However, we've not secured this section yet, because the guy we need to kill in order to secure it has not spawned yet. Warriors come for me, but that doesn't matter. The healing is really coming at a pretty big penalty at this point with such little what? Basically, we're on higher skulls now, and it's really doing a number on our ability to heal ourselves. Especially since we're, like, constantly in battle. You know what? I'll just come back. Oh, never mind.
You know, I asked the soldiers not to damage my specimen.
Oh, White Bear. That's annoying. Fortunately, you are vulnerable to trip. So, we can just keep you on the ground.
Farmstead is now secure.
There we go. And now we light this.
You've secured most of the village from drow patrols. Now it's time
Interesting.
to find the
Didn't
field
aggro them.
headquarters
I thought that
and
would aggro them because there are some hidden driders there as well. Come on, there we go. I was a little bit worried there that what would happen is that one of the other guys who was like looked like they were falling down and getting back up and falling down and getting back up. I was worried that she was going to sacrifice one of them when she was at like just a tiny sliver of health, because when she sacrifices them, it is a full heal. If she is at 1%, well, she's not anymore. She is at all the percents. All the way up.
huge, horrific creature looms in the distance. A mocking drow voice calls down from atop it.
Really?
Do you really
But I have freedom of movement.
insignificant village can stand the Lord's eyes? She will take what she wants and leave nothing but corpses behind.
Armor round. Okay. Alright. Make sure we keep our dot up. Big hits. The wide hits. The big and wide hits. That is a big poison dot. Is it gonna kill me? Take one more tick of it? Yikes. Fortunate. Oh, son of a bitch. Wait, do I get my full rest off? Ah. It was too much hope. Where is the thing that's shooting me, though? Oh, just some random archer over here? Why are you here? What are you doing here? Where did you even come from? Okay, let's try this again. Because hopefully I moved far enough away when the boss started spawning that it didn't see me. And I count as out of combat now. So that's nice. So I can kind of heal up a bit more. Okay. All right, here we go. It is nice that on fights like this where there are all these random ads spawning that I don't need to change rotation at all because it's just like spam cleaves, spam cleaves, spam more cleaves. Now, of course, that was a problem last quest when I was trying to keep some of the villagers alive when they were hostile. But, you know, you win some, you lose some. And by you lose some, I mean you, the villagers, just have to die because I can't be bothered to not kill you when you're standing next to guys that I'm trying to hit with my big stick. Alright. But yeah, R4, not too bad. Significantly better than trying to do the what's. Excuse me. Than trying to do the R1 legendaries. Excuse me. There we go. Oh, with all the nose itching and the sneezing, I'm wondering if I'm getting sick or something. Okay, we have one more point. One more point. More healing amp. Yes. We'll go back down to... Oh, there are literally no public groups up. Weird. This is a bad idea because the end boss is going to kill me, but, you know, we make do. And by we make do, I mean I'll just die then. But, you know, close enough.
After a surprisingly long climb down the well, you find yourself in a cavernous expanse. You can see that the well water is fed.
Okay, up we go. Oh, hello. Wait a second. Vengeance Reaper? Oh, that's right. R5 is when Vengeance Reapers start. I forgot entirely about that. Because I'm so used to the first time you see those being R6s, because no one runs R5. So it's just like, oh, wait. They do start spawning at R5. That's a potential problem. And it's a problem that we may or may not have the right tools to handle. Oh, that was the wrong button. Alright, we did manage to drop the fear dot. Wait, did everything else die to the dot? It did not.
This cavern appears to be your
But almost.
territory.
And we'll just continue to heal while running forward. Except that I know that those guys are there, so we're going to heal a little bit more before they see us. Because we are still at relatively low health, and I don't feel like getting killed by a bunch of snake men. Snake men? Snake women? You see, unlike whatever art you might have found online, it's usually a little bit difficult to tell the difference between snake men and snake women, because they don't have snitties. They do not produce snilk, and therefore, it's a little bit harder to tell them apart. So,
The source of the poisoned water lies
in this
above
case,
and
we can
beyond.
consider ourselves
You will need to
thankful
find a way out
that,
in order to follow it.
well, I guess it depends on your tastes, for whether or not you consider it a good thing or a bad thing that the DDO ones do not give us an outward sign
It's different.
that, yes,
Close to the surface once again.
these snakes have the snitties, so they are the girls.
Magical barrier preventing you from passing.
Or if you consider that a
You are
thankful
near
reprieve, that
emerging
we can
from their
leave some mystery in our snake people for how they handle caring for their young. I don't know which of these guys did it, but one of them hit me for like 600 damage, and that's going to be a problem. I'm assuming it was one of the champions. Oh, that's Famine. I was trying to kite it because it's like, oh yeah, you know, we'll just kite it out a little bit, but it's Famine Reaper. It'll just pop the spell at me for 600. Excuse you. It's like, I hit my run away button and you did not run away. The healing penalty hitting harder and harder as we go up. We managed to land the what? The trip on them. And even on the Stone Guard. Even though Stone Guards are theoretically harder to knock down. Or does Trip not count as a knockdown effect? There's so many things in-game that, like, they seem like they would count as one thing, but they're technically different things. It's like, is a Trip a helplessness effect? No. Is Prone? Yes? How about Knockdown? Maybe. Or how there are a bunch of things in-game that make you, quote-unquote, immune to knockdowns, or I think they've changed the phrasing on it more recently, that you're immune to, quote-unquote, most knockdowns. But for a long time, there was a lot of stuff in game that's like, immune to knockdown. It's like, except from dragons. It's like, well, thanks, game, but dragons were pretty much the only knockdown I was concerned about in the first place, so that doesn't really help me that it gives me immunity to all the knockdowns that I didn't care about, but not immunity to the knockdown that I did care about, which was the ones from dragons, where they just walk up and, like, destroy you.
Another barrier can be seen up ahead. The Yuan-Ti have gone to great pains to keep intruders out.
So this is going to be an interesting bit, because being melee, this section is a little annoying, because what happens is you get 3 pairs of dudes that spawn. And one of them is over here, one of them is where you just saw me a moment ago. And sometimes they're just going to pop out and hit me for a couple hundred, and okay. Alright, we have a serious problem. Our serious problem is that we're about to die. Ooh. Oh, I didn't even see it. So apparently I got hit by a vengeance circle. Maybe? It says I was killed by hostile magic and it hit me for 2,000, but 2,000 is kind of low for a vengeance circle. I mean, I guess I'm used to only fighting vengeance in, like, level 30-something quests, so maybe that's why it feels low? Well, the good news is there's a shrine right here. So we can rebuff, we can reheal. We may or may not be able to pull some guys away from the others. But if I could, like, separate out the vengeance from the others, that would be really nice. Be real nice. Do I have a throwing weapon on me? Not a reusable one. Oh, you know what I should do? Because there's a vengeance. It's like, I literally brought spell absorb items for what I was doing a moment ago. It's It's like, why don't I just use the spell absorb items? Like, there's a solution to the whole Vengeance Reaper problem. Of course, it doesn't help with the whole these guys are kicking my ass problem, but you know. One problem at a time, eh? At least this guy can be knocked down, which means he is trivially easy. And it looks like ads are starting on Twitch here in a second, so we're going to take this opportunity to go rest at that shrine and heal up. And we will continue killing stuff in the quest after we take our government-mandated break. But this is not just a rest for other people for getting ads, it's also a rest for everyone here. That's me, the streamer, you, the viewers. To take a break, to stand up, stretch our legs, get a snack, drink, all that good stuff that helps keep us a little bit healthier. So I'll see everyone in about 2.5 minutes. Alright, we're back. It's a good time to be back, as we're about to go see if we can't fight this end boss. Which is a problem, because it puts a big poison damage dot on us. Wait, do I have... Have I randomly picked up? I have 2 potions of poison neutralization.
You find yet another Yuan-Ti barrier. You must be on the right track.
The must be on the right track always reminds me of the old Carmen Sandiego games. You found a vile henchman. You must be on the right track. Okay, where are we? That's how I did specifically target him, because like, oh no. That's a champion. Like Venom, it's like, oh no. That is a red one. Time to go. That is a Despair Reaper. Oh, I missed the trip. I think she cast oh, what is it? Why is the name escaping me? Poured Wilting on me. But fortunately, thanks to our previous experience with the Vengeance Reaper, we were wearing Spell Absorb. Right, so I'm feeling slightly more confident about our chances in this last fight now. Because we'll wear the Spell Absorb. We have poison neutralization potions. And yeah, that's really just the two. We have a way to avoid a lot of the poison damage now. Now we just need to worry about him punching us to death, which is a very real risk.
Made this cavern his lair. That must be the source of the Yuan-Ti's poison. The great beast looks at you and speaks.
The little ones promised wealth to this. Nothing sending meals.
Oh, he hurts.
You know I'm always told not to play with my food. Let's make an
I think he punched me for 500 the first time.
You're testing my patience, small one. I will melt the flesh from your bones.
I'm gonna be over here. Oh, I got knocked down. Oh, knocked down again. This is what I get for standing behind a dragon. Yep. Yeah, it wasn't a special attack. He just straight up hits for 500. Right, and there are no res shrines in here, and I think the entrance closes, right? Because there was one right outside. Yeah. Yeah, those shrines are not accessible to me anymore. Alright. So here's what we're gonna do. We're going to... The question is, can we gibber somewhere and then, like, buff up, or will he see us? Immediately seen. Oh, that's right. We can't just run. We have our gibbers clock on us now. I was like, I can just run. Come on. Like, I can just run and buff back up. It's like, no. Gibbers has me on a clock. I just need one more of these to hit. There we go. That should do it. Got him. 8 seconds left. Not even close. We got it just fine. So yeah, R5. Definitely worth the 3 deaths for the 1500 Reaper XP. Interesting. It's not often I see epic elites going on in, well, epics. Especially something like Giant Hold, which is older content and therefore probably easier. It's rare to see something like Giant Hold done outside of Reaper. Like, there's some quests that you look at and you're like, yeah, that's way harder than usual. I can get why you'd want to do that differently, but Giant Hold's not really one of them. I wonder if he was like struggling or if he's one of the people who just simply doesn't like Reaper. And there are people like that who are just like, Reaper's not their thing. They're like, I don't like it. And so they just don't play Reapers. Which is, I think, a good thing. There's plenty of space in the game for people to play things in different ways. So, if they don't want to play Reaper, they don't have to. I prefer it, so that's what I do. And so that just means that we're not going to play together since we're not wanting to play the same things. And the reason I say that's a good thing is not necessarily that, well, I think it is the correct or best way to play, but I like it that the game as a whole offers options in that regard. That you don't have to do things a certain way. There's flexibility. Now, granted, the game does incentivize certain play patterns because some things are going to be more efficient or more time optimal, which is just another way of saying efficient. But sometimes, and this may come as a surprise because I end up talking about a lot of mechanical things and efficiency things and so on and so forth. But sometimes people just play games for fun. And if Reaper is not fun for them, then yeah, there is no reason at all that they should play it. It's also why I've never really understood people trying to convince each other of what is the best way to play. I mean, in general, I don't know if I've ever heard anyone try to pull that in DDO specifically. I do understand that with more PvP or competitive-based games, or it's like, if you have people on your team, quote-unquote, playing for fun, and by playing for fun, I mean doing things that are clearly putting the whole team at a disadvantage, I can see how that is a problem. But here, especially if it's people who aren't in the same group, it's like, why should either of those people care how the other one is playing? They don't affect the other ones. And it's not like... Well, okay. Sometimes there's an argument being made about different playstyles like this, including playstyles that you don't play, or in this case, you being the complainer, where the person is complaining about playstyles that they don't actually, that they neither use nor do they interact with. Like, they don't have to deal with these people in their parties because they're just not in the same parties either. But that complaint is that a certain playstyle is preferred by or catered to by the developers. So they feel that if enough people have this playstyle, then their different playstyle will not be as supported. Like, it won't get the attention that they want it to get, or it will be forgotten about, and this other one that they don't like is going to be encouraged. Now, I'm sure that does happen in games. I don't really think it's a problem here. Also, you might have noticed that we did not continue scaling up our Reaper difficulty. We, in fact, dropped it back down to 4. I think 4 is going to be a good balancing point for us, where it's hard enough that we have to pay attention, but easy enough that we're not, like, just dying constantly. And part of that is it gets rid of the potential, we'll say, randomness of the Despair and other advanced Reapers.
From one corner of this arcane labyrinth, you have found a box of flashstones.
So it's like we're not going to get screwed by a random Vengeance Reaper. We will get screwed by these guys hitting us with, with Horde Wilting for tons of damage. And Black Dragon Bolt for 1 billion. Maybe I should just wear my Spell Absorb full time, since there's nothing I'm saving it for. And my cloak isn't super good either. Like, don't get me wrong, it's nice to have the extra smites, and I think that's my only source of insightful constitution right now, so it's like, alright, okay, so we lose a little bit of stuff, but Spell Absorb is pretty nice. There we go.
The unexpected glare of torches lights the room. No doubt.
Right. And of course we walk through the door straight into a Fear Reaper.
Study the scrolls they have plundered from the surface.
Go. Good. Another Fear Reaper. Lots of Reapers here. It's really interrupting my plans, just like walk up, grab the thing, walk out. It's like, well, I don't want to do that if there's a Reaper here.
Powerful explosion destroys the library's archive, leaving the stone floor scorched.
So we can't pick the lock, so we're going to go around and try to find the key. Hopefully it's in the first place we look, because if it's in the last place we look, it's going to be a while. I'm surprised this guy didn't come towards me while I was fighting the other one.
The living inhabitants of the compound take their meals in this dining hall, waited on by their undead servants.
Alright, Necromancer's down. Right, where's the, it's up top? Jesus, okay. Well, so much for my Spell Absorb. No, no, I wanted this one. Yep. That is why I wanted Spell Absorb, but it does not matter when there are that many guys. Okay. Are there... That's right, there's a set over here. I'm pretty sure that's too far away. Almost positive that is too far away. Yeah, I don't think there's any routing optimization I can do that will result in that being better for me. Yeah, and this door is closed, so that won't help either. I'm pretty sure there isn't a set of shrines back here, or if it is, it's not going to be accessible to me because it's like through a secret passage there. there are some over there, but that door is locked as well. Unfortunate. But yeah, we got I was surprised that I got aggroed by the undead necromancers up top. Like, that's a perfectly doable pull if I only have to fight the ones on the ground floor. But when it's like, sorry, you were fighting 4, now you're fighting 6. It's like, that one doesn't work as well. So we go again. But yeah, the Horrid Wilting cast and other stuff, like, they're just pounding me for like 200 to 400 a shot. And when there are that many of them, there's really nothing I can do about it. So we'll have to take that pull a little bit more carefully. I think I have the quick portal now, because I did enter the town. And if I didn't get it, then, you know, we go back through King's Forest. No big deal. Alright, good. It is here. It is open, so we can head on out. We do, of course, still have to run through Shindorin from the portal, but that's not that bad a run. It's just, you know, doing that. Let's see. Do we get webline tripped? No.
The chasm ahead
Excellent.
drops deeper
Very convenient.
into the Underdark, down into places that even the drow fear to tread. Falling into it, dominating the center of Shindorin is an immense ziggurat.
If only we had this many shrines available to us inside the quest.
Of the city dominated by House Sind.
There we go. Excellent. Let's try this again with less getting hit by tons and tons of necromancers. Or if I do, like not having Plague Reapers in with them.
This grand courtyard serves as the entry point for the sprawling House Sind compound. According to your sources, the laboratory with the flashstones lies somewhere to the north. House Sind is extremely secretive. If your sources are correct, the laboratory with the flashstones should be through the open doorway to the west.
Go. Put a quick bleed on them.
Green light pulses from one corner of this arcane laboratory. This must be where the flashstones are stored.
I might just be dead here. Alright. Once again, the undead necromancers hurt a lot.
Use them to destroy necromantic cauldrons.
The black dragon bolts just ticking for 200 something every tick is a lot. And I'm also getting hit by a bunch of fire spells. Oh, sorry, not fire spells, frost spells. Oh, that's right. And in that particular case, I got hit with a power word stun that I managed to
No doubt this is where the house
somehow not
study the scrolls they have plundered from the surface.
Are you not getting back up? Hello, need more chai? Welcome. We are struggling tonight because we're playing on higher difficulty than we reasonably should be. But it makes it a little bit more interesting. You read Drit's books? You want this smoke? Yeah, pretty much. Although, I have been having a little bit of trouble with it. Because I have the difficulty. I'm on R4. And this is where I died last time, because
The living inhabitants of the compound take their meals in
a
this
bunch of
tiny
the undead necromancers from the ledge on above aggroed me too, which was not ideal. But if we pull him back a little bit, it's not really a problem. Hi. Well, yes, but here's the thing. I am not drow. They are drow. Also, you know, these are necromancers, so they do less poking and more like spellcasting. PG-13 game is spinning games? Well, this particular build does in fact spin a lot because it is monk and I have various forms of like whirlwind attack. And as for rating, I forget what this game's rating is actually. I don't think it's mature, so it is probably PG-13 because for fantasy violence or whatnot. Shaman and WoW. Well, I suppose Wind Fury isn't quite spinning, although it definitely feels similar to spinning. Really, they never gave Shaman any spin animations on their attacks? It's been a while since I played WoW, like several expansions. So, I don't know the current metas or how it plays, really. Besides that, it's been getting advertised to me a ton the last, I don't know, like a couple weeks. Which is surprising to me, because them advertising War Within... Oh, you quit WoW in... So you play Shaman, but you quit WoW in 2020. So I'm getting some mixed signals here. Unless, of course, you've gone to, like, private server land, in which case, yeah, you can still play Shaman while quitting WoW, technically. That is a way to make that work.
the pungent smell of incense.
Moved on to other stuff. Why is there another Astral Panther here? Oh, that was the wrong button. It's fine. Excellent. No, this is not Neverwinter. Neverwinter is, you know, too recent. This is Dungeons & Dragons Online, which came out in 2006. So it is actually a decent chunk older than Neverwinter. And oddly enough, still in active development.
The sizzle of cooking and the
They just released a new race.
the kitchen.
Let's see, last week?
Death is all around you.
So, Dampierre are now in game. What the maple That's an interesting way to pivot. To go from WoW to MapleStory, and switching to MapleStory in 2016 is also a choice. I thought MapleStory was also kind of on its way out in that timetable.
There's no cause for anger. I swear to you, everything is going according to plan.
It had better be. If my mother suspects anything, death would be a mercy.
Relic has taken the bait. He says he can raise her from the dead and will keep control. Matron Jeevsh's time is nearly up.
There can be no mistake, Sarnish. My mother suspects us already.
Okay,
Now go.
I don't actually want to be
Before
here. This is a
someone
side
sees us
quest.
together.
MapleStory on iPad was new. Oh, they released a different version of it? That was separate from normal MapleStory? Interesting. Didn't MapleStory have a big like drama moment thing where like they released a new expansion and like their head like streamer dude who like they really sponsored and pushed to like push it to be like the first to the new level cap basically got to one level away, went on like a 10-minute rant about how garbage the company was now, and said, I'm never streaming this thing again, and then just basically logged off and never did. It's like... Attack on Titan seems like it would be a fun setting for a game if they could get the movement right. I'm assuming it would be like one of the well-done Spider-Man games with all the flying around. Oh, never mind. I'm just gonna die here, aren't I? Yep. Yep. Too much magic damage. I suck against magic damage. Yep. Alright. I have one chance. I have one little extra life thing. Alright, we have 1 minute. Ready, go. Get back here.
Relic dies, taking his mad dream with him. House Zin's position will be much weaker now that they've been deprived of their best necromancer.
Wait, do I not have flash stones? How do I not have flash stones? Was my inventory full? I don't think I'll be adding mayonnaise to pre-workout, though. No. Okay. Somehow I didn't get flash stones. Unfortunate. But no, I've never really had an affinity for mayonnaise. I've often preferred vinegar-based dressings. Man, it's just kind of weird and gloopy. Now, of course, if I really wanted to just put on weight, eating a bunch of mayonnaise and then not working out would do it. Alright, that's an older reference, but it checks out, seeing as you already said you're 49. Yes, I do remember seeing Ghost. I don't remember that much about it, mostly because, yeah, it's been a while. Probably haven't seen that movie in 20 years. Where am I going? I'm going to Evening Star. But yes, I remember that the ghost is the one who taught him how to move things with his, you know, with his ghost feelings powers. I feel like you're just kind of saying words now. Aha. Yeah, it was kind of weird to me when I was there and I just was walking down the street and it's like, oh, and Twitch is here. That's odd. I guess I always just envisioned Twitch as like an online thing, but the fact that they actually have like an office that has like the Twitch logo on the front of it, very weird.
The chasm ahead drops deep.
I did not stop in because, why would I? It's a company. It's not like it's got a customer service department sitting there to listen to complaints.
Is an immense ziggurat. The guardhouse ahead leads into a portion of the city dominated by houses.
I doubt that there's a lot of top secret US Army stuff going down at Twitch HQ, actually. That seems unlikely. No business cards at the desk? Well, yes, that would make sense. Why would they have business cards? It's a predominantly online company. Why would they not do all of their business online? Okay, so we are going to have to rest at a shrine this time, because all of our stuff is on cooldowns.
This grand courtyard serves as the entry point for a sprawling house-sinned town. According to your sources, the laboratory with the flash stones lies somewhere to the... If your sources are correct, the laboratory with the flash stones should be through the open doorway to the west.
That's
an eerie green light.
That's kind of an odd hobby. I'm not sure what the BART cards are gonna get you, but I suppose if it's what you enjoy. Right, here are them dead necromancers. For some reason did not get tripped. Okay, and this time, when we grab the flash stones,
you have found a box of flash stones.
There we go.
Use them to destroy
maybe I had like one flash stone left in my inventory from a previous run, and that's why it didn't trigger properly last time, but this time we have made sure of it. We'll heal up here. Because we also have, like, no charges on anything. And sometimes no charges is a good thing, like when you get arraigned, but sometimes you actually want those charges.
The unexpected glare of torches lights the room. No doubt this is where the house-sinned wizards study the scrolls they have plundered from the surface.
Famine Reaper. This is fine. I am solo leveling at this point.
Powerful explosion
I am doing it very inefficiently because there's really no benefit to doing it at this difficulty. Yes. Yep. So, yeah, since you couldn't recognize the game, I'm assuming you're unfamiliar with it, but when you enter a quest in DDO, you have options for your difficulty, which is normal, hard, elite, or Reaper, and if you choose Reaper, you can then scale it further with the number of skulls. Usually, the most efficient way to level is on Reaper 1, which is the easiest Reaper level, which means you get the full Reaper bonus XP at the easiest possible amount. I am currently playing on Reaper 4, which is significantly more difficult and offers no real benefit, besides, you know, being a little bit more interesting.
of the compound take their meals in this dining hall, waiting by their undead servants.
Yes, before anyone jumps in, I know that there are benefits, but as far as, like, leveling to level cap, they don't exist. Get back here. Okay. Powered stun might get me killed here. Second powered stun. Okay, and we're running. Ooh. -2. Are they still paying attention? Yep. The Black Dragon Bolt is like, evasion doesn't work on it, and it's gonna do a total of like 1,300 damage. Speed running often has you die a whole lot of times when you're doing various challenges. I'm not doing anything quite so tricky with my challenge here. Although the downside is, as you may have noticed, or may not have, depending on how closely you're paying attention, if I die and I can't run my ghost over to a shrine to resurrect, I have to leave and restart the quest. Like, this attempt is over. Do not pass go, do not collect $100. You're just kind of screwed. Now, obviously, this is not a problem if you're playing in group. If you're playing in group, as long as one person lives, they can bring all of the soul stones over to a shrine and everyone can res. Or, of course, they can res them right there if they brought scrolls, or they can cast resurrection on their own. Okay. Where did you come from? Oh, is that what happened to my flash stones? They dropped on the ground when I died. Excellent. Undead Necromancer goes down. What about this one? There should be another one here.
The sound of dark prayers drifts in from the room ahead, along with the pungent smell of incense.
Alright, gotta heal up before the red named. Some short-term buffs. One Astral Panther down. And she summons the second one and a Drider. Fortunately, the Drider got caught in the cleave and just kind of fell over, so that's convenient. And we did get lucky enough that she dropped the kitchen key, because sometimes she doesn't, and it's off somewhere else in the dungeon, and we have to go find it. But we lucked out this time.
The sizzle of cooking and the clatter of dishes suggest that the room ahead is the kitchen. Yet it's hard to work up an appetite when the smell of death is all around.
Okay, there we go. The reason that we are even bothering to stop and kill those guys is because if you have too many guys alive, you run into a problem. And that's the problem. You get Dungeon Alert. Dungeon Alert, it doesn't mean too much if it's only green. But if it gets a bunch higher, then stuff starts hitting you a lot more, and you get like slowed as soon as stuff hits you, and a bunch of other, we'll say, unpleasant effects. So, you want to avoid it whenever possible. Especially because it gives extra buffs to bosses. So we really don't want to fight the boss while we have Dungeon Alert. Like, it's not that bad if you have like green or yellow, but if you get up to orange or red, you're basically not going to be able to hurt the boss. They get a ton of damage reduction. Kill him? We did. And we actually have flash stones with us this time. There we go. Great success. And it looked so easy. Despite me failing it multiple times beforehand, this time it just looks easy. Ain't it always the way? Alright, off to the next. Wait, nope, that's the wrong way. If you're wondering why I'm running into walls that are clearly visible, there's a difference between my display and what goes out to stream. In that mine is significantly darker than what goes out to stream, so I literally cannot see some things in the Underdark because I did not bring, like, Underdark vision glasses. But that also happens in places outside the Underdark, any particularly dark area. And part of that comes from it being an old and kind of jank game. wherein if you have a 2-monitor setup, your settings don't behave properly. And I'll show you in a moment. Here we go. So if we go into settings, options, graphics, gamma, doesn't do anything. Brightness, contrast, nope. Before, it used to set them right back down instead. But yeah. It just doesn't like you to change settings if you're running a 2-monitor setup. I don't know exactly why it does that, but it does. Which is unfortunate for us.
Warriors drift up from below. The passages of Dunrobar are quiet and spare, a testament to the martial discipline of the house.
So yeah, we are being very sneaky right now. There's an illusion cast on us, so they don't attack us, because this is a sabotage mission, kind of. At least the first part is. Then we sabotage them, and then we kill everyone, because that's the second part.
The personal quarters of Dunrobar's martial leaders boast vaulted ceilings and imposing pillars. Beyond them are...
Now the time has come to fight.
You spy a weapons rack by one door that must belong to the High Battle Master himself.
Time to get caught sabotaging again.
Battlemaster Teblin's prized blades are ruined. All that remains is to make the sack known. The door to the High Battle Master are shut in off. It appears he does not wish to be disturbed.
Fortunately, unlike the last quest, these guys are melee. And while I have very poor spell defenses, I have pretty good melee defenses. Part of that comes with being a monk. Because monks are stuck in robes, which means less magic resist. And one of their primary defensive tools is dodge, and dodge doesn't work against spells. So. Yes, yes. Right. It looks like we got some people stuck in ads, so we're gonna wait like 20 seconds before we ring the bell. Actually, no, we can ring it now, and they'll just talk for a bit.
The bell reverberates in the courtyard and throughout every corner of the Dunrobar compound. Suddenly, an angry voice booms from up above.
Who are you?
Cries the High Battle Master of Dunrobar.
Why have you rung the bell? What? Nothing to say for yourself?
Pointing at you, he roars.
Warriors of Dunrobar, attack! My weapons! What have you done?
Okay, now we can fight. There's a wizard, there's an archer. There we go, there's the boss. Wizard dies first. See how, even on the same difficulty, makes a huge difference whether I'm fighting a bunch of casters or a bunch of physical damage. There we go.
Lies dead. Who will believe this was the work of a mere servant? One or another drow house will be blamed, and their alliance will crumble, just like the Weapon Master's blade.
Okay. Let's get out of here and go on to the next. The next one is going to be a little tricky. Maybe. The last fight could be interesting. We're definitely not going to be doing the optional in the last fight. Because the optional in the last fight for this next quest that we're headed to is to kill the boss without killing any of the, like, brainwashed, mind-controlled... Well, they're being controlled through the slave callers. But, yeah, kill the boss without killing any of them. And pretty much all of my attacks, because this is the staff build, are cleaves. So we can't do that. Some builds can, like ranged builds with precise shot can, because that means they can choose to hit only the one guy with everything and ignore the many, many adds. But we do not have that ability, so we're not going to do that. We're just going to kill everything, even if they are innocent. This quest is also a little bit, I'll say easier, although it may boil down to about the same either way. If you can pick locks, because then you just lockpick that door, and because you didn't bang on it loudly, no guards come. That said, as we've covered, guards who are physical attackers are not super dangerous to us. There we go. Now, of course, that whole all of our attacks are AoE, which is a downside when you're trying to leave some people alive, is obviously an advantage when you're trying to leave no people alive. So we can just, like, murder full groups with relative ease. And we can trip them. Next person hits a little harder, so we're going to try to heal up a little bit beforehand.
Riot is underway. Time to search for a way into the slave quarters within House Avathul.
Alright, 2 more heals and we're good to go. Oh, okay, 3 if one of them just decides to not go off.
A guard captain investigates the racket.
What is going on here? You let these kids out! Get back in your cages now!
Alright, so the ones that can hit me do a decent amount of damage. But we are managing to keep most of them tripped.
The slave pin yards lead down into the main slave quarters. You will only find collared, obedient slaves in here.
Alright, let's see if we can't free a couple of you. We've got like a 2 in 3 chance.
Their collars ensure absolute obedience.
Yeah. If we roll an 8 or higher, they live. If we roll 7 or lower, they die. Which, you know, I'm willing to take those odds with their
In
lives.
the workroom, slaves labor over jobs beneath their drow masters. So the slave master quickly calls out,
A revolt!
Oh, boss and a Fury Reaper just pops out.
What? These collars are supposed to be infallible.
Back here. Well, you are the lucky one who managed to not die to my random flailing. Good job. Was there another one back here, or didn't all the ones who came after me back here die? The ones who came for me back here died, but there is a chest that I got distracted from because the Reaper spawned right on top of me. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay. Oh. Stupid Fear Reaper. Stop putting damage over time effects on me. They are like my biggest weakness. How dare you exploit my biggest weakness? Okay. Let's try this again, but without my weaknesses being exploited.
In the kitchens, slaves cook and clean under a slave master's watchful eye.
Okay. Let's see if we can freeze some of these. The fun thing is, any ones that you freed will fight. Like, they'll switch sides and they will fight with you. Now, granted, they're like slaves who are like being abused and underfed and so on and so forth, so they're not particularly strong and good at fighting, but they'll try. So at least there's that much. All right. Making progress. Although chances of me completing that next optional objective to free another 4 slaves is unlikely, because I think there's only like 6-ish in this next room. So that means I would have to both not kill them while I kill the slave master, and also manage to make my, you know,
the slave master takes quick note of your bare neck. The slaves are free
There we
of
go.
the master's control for now. It is time to face the heart of Avathul's power.
okay.
The slave breaker.
First one dies. Nope. I didn't make my 2 and 3 chance enough times. Wait. Oh, wait, I have one more shot. A little bit of extra XP. Not much, but hey. Didn't take too much extra effort to go and get it. Alright. And now this optional, free every last slave? Absolutely not happening.
Clean that up, slaves.
Nowhere near.
Bleeding. Your miserable lives mean nothing. New captives. Who are you? Couldn't wait to give yourself to House Avathul? Very well.
We're gonna go over here now. What is this slow effect on us? Alright, Plague Reaper, not good. Alright. Okay. So we're getting trip effects off. Alright, wait. Did the boss not even come for me? Okay. He hasn't even moved from his perch over there. Lovely. Well, I should have known better. This is why it's good to make the first move yourself, because otherwise they'll never do it.
What are you waiting for? Slaves, get them!
Where have you gone? We're just gonna kill these guys. Alright, we're gonna just take out all these archers on the ledges, and then we will locate where the heck the slave breaker went. There he is. There we go. Now the beatdown commences.
You think you can escape us?
Tear Reaper, really?
Run if you can, slave. House Abathul will find you.
There we go.
With
Alright,
Abathul,
took a bit longer,
slaves in
but we
open
made it.
revolt, and their slave-making apparatus in shambles.
Which
the
means
great
we have
house
one more left to
pulling
complete
their
this
support
chain.
from the others and focusing on their own problems.
Mm. Alright, off we go. We need to turn these three in order to flag for the last quest in this chain. And we'll do that one, and that will be the last one for us for the evening. We have 2 points to spend. We can get a couple hit points, we can get some saves. We can get more smites, but we don't really need more smites. We can get trip DCs. We don't really need those either. I mean, I would save them, but I'm only 21. If I were 22, I'd save them because 23 is when I'm able to get more stuff. But I don't really want to just hold stuff for 2 levels. So yeah, we've only got 7 points spent in this tree, so we can afford to drop a couple more. I guess we'll drop it in the hit points. What's my fortification? Yeah. Couple more hit points. A little bit more fort so that we're protected from rogue type guys with fort bypass. And if you're not familiar with the game, fortification is essentially crit resistance. And 100% is 100% immunity. But there's often a but in these cases. Lots of mobs, particularly those with rogue levels, get a certain amount of fortification bypass by default. So you really need more than 100% fortification, because some of the scarier mobs in the game have at least some amount of fort bypass. So going from 120 to 170 is actually valuable, especially since we're level 20 now. So I think rogues have about 100 bypass. It's been a while since I looked at the numbers, so they still probably won't crit me, but they might. Alright, last quest. Welcome. Oh, is it time for you to have a blanket? Okay, it is blanket time. Here you go. Oh, is that not what you wanted? You wanted to lick yourself. Okay, just cleaning up before bed, I see. Alright, she is all tucked in. And now we can buff. I forgot that I had the dog cam turned off, so you didn't even get to see her get tucked in, except vaguely from the perspective behind this camera. Again with the Fear Reapers, exploiting my weaknesses. Could you not? See, we took like 1,000 damage there. It takes forever to heal up. Go. Go. Grab one of these. Refresh buff. Grab one of these. Why am I still in combat? There we go. I could use some more healing amplification and positive spell power. And maybe... I don't know. Yeah, Cure Moderate is about the best I'm gonna get. Maybe it would be worth investing into a... one of the caster trees for some better self-healing. Missed. Otherwise, she would be dead before she... Oh, she's still dead before she managed to sacrifice something. Lucky me.
One end of the chamber stands an inert large portal gateway. This is where the drow enter the Temple of Law.
And we'll just heal while we run. Get ourselves topped off before we head to the next section. Not that we really need it that much, because of how this exploit/bug works. Which is that it's going to auto-heal me when I go to the next section anyway.
Portal lies ahead. The interior of the ziggurat is
which is convenient.
That the drow use magic to move between different sections of the structure.
But probably not intended. Well, I'll say not intended, but kind of accepted, since it's been around for at least a year now. Oh, okay, we got tripped. That's not great.
drow guards stand a mute watch throughout this area. You'll need to take care of them before you'll be able to reach the spell component.
Okay, we're just gonna, we're in. We're in. We're gonna see what we can do. And by see what we can do, I mean he's going to die. But we are going to take a decent amount of damage while we do it.
With its drow guardians dead, the spider brooch is now yours for the taking.
We'll kill the Spear Reaper as well. Now, one reason that it takes me a lot longer to kill Fear Reapers is that Reapers innately have fortification, so I'm less able to crit them. Now, obviously, as I was talking about earlier, just like mobs can have fortification bypass, I too can have fortification bypass. However, last I checked, I had, I believe, 22 fort bypass, which is not nearly enough. I should be closer to like, I don't know, 75, preferably 100, but you're not generally going to get 100 while leveling. You definitely should have 100 at cap. Or, well, I take that back. It depends on a number of things. Because there are a lot of things that have debuffs to enemy fortification. So, if you know you're going to be running some of those, then obviously you don't need full fort bypass just standing there. But, you know, if you don't have that, then it's another matter entirely. Alright, let's see if I can remember the right way to do this. Because there's a fork in the path, and I always forget which way to go. I think we're going to go right. And the thing is, I won't know until I'm like at the end of the path. Because at the end of one of these paths is where I want to go. And at the end of the other one of them is a locked door. Oh, I went the wrong way. Because if I had gone the right way, there would be something that I could pick up there. But this was the wrong way. See? Locked door. There it is. There's the thing that I wanted to pick up. I didn't block in time. You can actually prevent that trip from hitting you if you hold the block button. But you have to hit it before you get tripped. And I did not. So I did not benefit from not being able to be blocked. Or not being able to be tripped. Joy Poison is giant pain. If you saw the error message there, how like I couldn't attack because I was helpless. Drow warriors have poison on their blades, and if they hit you enough times, you get paralyzed for like 6 seconds, which is a really, really long time in a game where stuff can beat you down pretty easily.
Now that you've found both magical components, Elminster can open the portal within the main chamber.
And of course, everyone's favorite mechanic. If there's a damage over time effect on you, that's the same as getting hit in melee, of course, so you can't open doors or anything. Even if you have like 3,000 health, and the damage over time is ticking for 1 health. Nope. Nope, just can't handle that. Too distracting. Much too distracting. So off we go. Yes, yes. And here we are. We just need to fight a little mini boss, and then we go to the end encounter, which is kind of a gauntlet, which really shouldn't be a problem, because of the problem with designs of essentially all gauntlet fights, which is that if the balance is off slightly either way, they're not very good. Which is to say, like, if it's slightly too hard, you're just gradually falling behind, can't catch up, and you just die. Whereas, if you have a surplus of DPS, or damage, then what you end up with is people just sitting around waiting for the next wave to show up, which is what we are likely going to experience here. We're going to kill a group, and then wait, and kill a group, and then wait, and then kill a group, and then wait. This one doesn't have too much of that, because the and wait part is, like, we hit her, she goes immune, she summons a wave. As soon as the wave dies, she starts talking again, and then back and forth. So at least this one isn't on, like, a fixed timer that you have to wait a long time.
Now enter the portal, girl, and accept your fate in the demon web. You cannot resist.
Kill the surface
I command you, in the name of the spider.
Wizard goes down. Acolyte goes down.
Dark Eminence, bless your servant as I slay these unworthies in your glorious name.
Alright, we beat her down.
Mother of spiders, send me your children to
Alright,
cleanse your
now we
temple.
fight all the spider statues that come to life. Oh, didn't block in time again. There we go. Hi.
Why do you persist? Loth is unstoppable now she has the thread of the weave.
Yeah, about that. You seem pretty confident that she's unstoppable, but you understand that Wolf isn't here right now, right? It's just you and me.
Dark Mother, send forth your demonic minions and slay your enemies.
Well, I suppose you and me and your guards, but I gotta say, not liking your guards' chances.
I beseech you, help me defeat your foes. Did I not bring you the thread of the weave?
Come on. And there we go. Quest complete.
Please, hear me. Your servant begs you.
Alright.
Weakling, you dare to beg, Wolf?
The nice thing about this particular quest is they put the quest completion flag before the dialogue flag. So you don't have to wait for the full RP afterward to get your experience. You already have your experience, so you can choose whether you want to stay and listen to the story unfold, or, if you've done that quest before, as I have, you can just be like, ah yes, they can talk this over amongst themselves, and I'm just gonna, you know, make my way out, you know, just let them do their thing. Alright, so we get to turn this in, we get to spend one more point. And that we'll do it for a stream this evening. We don't really have enough on Twitch to constitute a raid, so we're not going to spend the time looking around for a raid target. So as we run over to turn in our last quest, we get to do the end of stream patter, the end of stream awkward stuff, where we do the call to action things. So, we're going to be ending stream here in a minute. Thank you all for your time and spending time with me this evening. I hope you have enjoyed your stay and found it either entertaining, educational, or both. Ideally, all of the above. I realize that, the internet's a big place, full of people streaming and being otherwise entertaining, so I appreciate you choosing me for your entertainment this evening. So if you've liked it, all those buttons and you know what they do, like, follow, comment, subscribe, whatever other buttons are there that I'm probably forgetting about. You know what they do. If you want to use them, go for it. If not, that's fine too. But that will do it for us. Our next scheduled stream will be on Tuesday. And one last reminder for anyone who is interested in participating in the speedrun contest. There is, you have until the end of the month, and the time to beat is currently 11 minutes and 57 seconds. So if you think you can beat that, be my guest. I'd love to see more people trying. That said, that will do it for us this evening. Thank you.